yesterday, and I think I said that if we mentioned the rules of engagement. Please, anybody that is not muted, please kindly remove the person so that we can have a proper, what's it called? This is a professional gathering, and when we are in professional gathering, we should know that we should be muted on unless we are asked to talk. Please, anybody that is not obeying the rule, kindly ensure that they are removed immediately. Thank you. Having said that, I want to say a very big welcome to everyone. I know people will start joining now because the information was a bit not balanced. But now I think we have a proper setting out. We are trying to gather the momentum now. In today's meeting, we are going to be looking at very, very important aspect of education in Africa. And then again, when we talk about quality education, we understand that it involves everybody, the teachers, the school leaders, the student, the stakeholders, the policymakers, and everyone is involved. So delivering quality education in schools. Again, of course, we know that schools are up for learning, and that is why it is important that schools must get it right. Schools must get it right. Please, like I've said, all the co-hosts that are here, anybody that is not muted, kindly remove the person immediately, please, so that we don't have a break in transmit. This event is live stream across board, and people are watching live, and then we have important dignitaries here. We don't need. This is a professional gathering. So, having said that, we have important guests. We have currently the former Minister for Education, Dr. Yo Osei Adutum for Ghana, is here in our midst. And then very soon, we also have Dr. Gyoko Maina, who will be taking the workshop session. It's going to be a powerful workshop session. And then this morning session again, we are also going to be having a panel session that will be talking about technological advancements in schools. That means that the first session today is well packaged, just to ensure that just to ensure that we are properly poised. Let me say this, that in the programs like this, like we have informed us yesterday during the orientation program, it is expected that we take our pen and paper, we jot down. Again, may I say that keynote sessions are not for questioning. You can only have questions. We mentioned it yesterday. Let me repeat it again. We can only have questions during workshops and panel session. And then again, the topics we are going to be looking at critically affects every stakeholder. So in view of that, let me encourage us that let's pay rapt attention where we need the points that we need to take home, where we need to make adjustment. The essence of attending programs like this is that you not only learn, you fit yourself in in areas you need to fix in your school, in your career, and of course in your professional journey as a person. And then again, the summit is meant not only to expose us to new things, for us to also rediscover ourselves, we discover our passion, and then we know that quality education is not negotiable. If we need to make Africa great, quality education is not negotiable. Again, I've said it times without number. Education still remain the golden tool for us to unlock the resources, for us to unlock the greatness in African setting. So in that case, when we have already settled in our mind that education is the only key, we that are stakeholders, we must know that everything we need to do to ensure we get it right, we must do it. And that is why we are here in this program today. So let me say again, I welcome us to this wonderful program. I believe that people are already joining via the YouTube channel, and I also believe that others will join when they get the prompt that the link have just been changed. Of course, pay attention. Let's take notes as well as when due, and of course, when the time to ask question is there, do where to ask your question. Again, on behalf of the team and everybody, permit me to welcome us to day 2 of the School Summit Africa. Welcome, everybody. Back to you,
Thank
Favor.
you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kel. We're so grateful for that amazing address. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this event is being live streamed. We indulge that you remain muted. The session has been given on how to navigate with regards to the controls on the screen. So kindly ensure you use the mute button, the microphone at the bottom of your screen. You just tap on it to remain muted. And unless you are invited to speak, then you can unmute. Thank you so much. And once again, you're welcome to this event. I would also like to give a brief shout out to everyone who is watching online. We are grateful and who are joining us from different places. We are grateful to have you on the call. We trust you're going to have an amazing session as you join us for day 2 of the School Summit Africa 2025. So feel free to engage and drop your thoughts in the comment section as you take part in today's conversations. At this moment, we're going to present some citations to distinguished persons in our midst. And I would like to say that when it comes to education, we cannot honor people enough. That is why it's important that we participate in this activity. And I would like to invite the um, head of publicity who would take us through the citations that is going to be honored to important people in our midst this morning. If we may, you could project the citations as we quickly go through them this morning.
Africa need great advancement in the quality of education. So we need to know how we can have quality education in the advancement of our various schools. Within the space of 30 minutes, we'll be listening to a great man speaking on this topic, disseminating this topic on how we can be able to advance the quality of our education in African schools in the space of time to 2030. He's an inspiring voice in education and leadership. It brings deep insight into education policy, leadership, and innovation, inspiring stakeholders to rethink education for the 21st century. His life work is a testament to the power of education in transforming lives, empowering youth, and driving national development. He's a distinguished Ghanaian educator, policymaker, and visionary leader in global education reform. With over 3 decades of experience in education and governance, he has dedicated his career to transforming learning systems to equip young people with the skill needed for the future. He began his career as a mathematics and information technology teacher at Manoa Art High School in Los Angeles, where he championed innovative teaching strategies to improve student performance. And he founded New Design Chartered Schools in California, a network dedicated to high-quality, student-centered education, particularly in underserved communities. I don't want to go further. Let me introduce another person, our keynote speaker on this particular topic, on how we can be able to advance our educational quality in African school. Is no other person than Dr. Yao Oseyi Odotu.
Thank you very much for that amazing video about our keynote speaker that we have in our midst this morning. And at this moment, we would like to invite our keynote speaker to the ground. Already we've heard about his amazing portfolio, but let me just briefly reiterate that our keynote speaker is a distinguished Ghanaian educator and policymaker and former Minister of Education in Ghana, where he championed bold reforms to transform our schools in Ghana and align them with the future of work. And his life work is a testament to the belief that education is not just about knowledge, it is about unlocking human potential and driving national development. With a round of applause and with some reactions and excitement in the comment section, please join me as we welcome our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. Doctor, you're welcome to this event. We're glad to have you.
Good morning to every one of you. I'm glad that I'm on this platform with every one of you.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Should I continue?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, okay, good. Our distinguished invited guest, organizers of this summit, all people, all others who are on this platform and watching, I want to say a very good morning to every one of you. When we talk about education in Africa, we know we are faced with a huge challenge, but therein lies the opportunity that has been presented to us as leaders of the education system. As I've said previously, when I travel to schools in Ghana, what I see in the classroom is very different from schools in the US that I had the opportunity of working in for over 20 years. I walk into African classrooms. It may not have all the fancy facilities, but inside that classroom will be students who are ready to listen to you. In fact, there are times when they will stand up and greet you. And when you greet them in response, they will not even sit down, so you tell them to sit down. That is not something you can find other places in the world. African children are ready to learn for the most part, but their future is in our hands. It depends upon what we do with them when they are with us. Africa is facing a huge learning crisis. In a number of countries, learning poverty, according to the World Bank, may be as high as 87%. Unfortunately, for students who are even in school, after being in school for 10 years, they cannot read and write proficiently. A learning poverty crisis facing Africa demands that we work on foundational learning and ensure that foundational literacy is assured so that every child by age 10 can read proficiently in our schools. Beyond foundational learning, we have to begin to look at how we move African schools, African education system, from the 18th, in some cases, to the 21st century. As the Minister for Education of the Republic of Ghana, I am back on agenda to transform public schools. We also began the process of ensuring that we got fully immersed in STEM education. We also began to look at how do we transform TVET. And not only that, we have to look at the 4 C's of education. How do we ensure that there's creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and effective communication in our schools? How do we ensure that African children are being trained to meet the needs of the 4th industrial revolution? A number of things were confronting us. We had to ensure that teachers are also well-trained to meet the needs of the 21st century. School administrators are also well-trained as well. And we confronted this when we were in government within a period of 8 years. The first 4 years, I was a deputy minister. The second 4, I was the minister in charge of education in the Republic. And we began the process of ensuring, for the start, ensuring that every child has access to secondary education. So in Ghana, we introduced free secondary education. Of course, it was to ensure that we solve the access question, but we also wanted to make sure that quality was enhanced. And consequently, we embarked on STEM education. We started a national standardized test to ensure that at the national level, we knew how students were doing from primary 2 or grade 2, grade 4, all the way through junior high school and beyond. We embarked on what we call the Community of Excellence, where we brought the chiefs and leaders of various villages together, and we trained them to understand what was quality education and how they can help us ensure that teaching and learning was taking place. Our goal was to turn around the African learning poverty problem, defined by the World Bank as our inability to read proficiently by age 10. Turn that around. Instead of 87% learning poverty, we wanted to make sure we have 90% proficiency in learning, in literacy across our schools. We began training traditional leaders. The test scores began to improve. Then we established the national standardized test so that we're not sitting there too late to find out the students were not proficient or not. So a national standardized test assessed students in primary 2, primary 4, and primary 6. And the intervening years, primary 3, 5, were the years where schools, after they get their results, were supposed to provide intervention for the students so that we could assess them again. Essentially, if we look at what we did in Ghana and what is pertaining in other places in Africa, we have to really move our education system from 18th century, 19th century systems into the 21st century. We have to move from rote memorization to critical thinking, because you cannot memorize your way out of poverty, as I said recently at the United Nations, but you can critically think and innovate out of poverty. So from what we began in Ghana, what we were looking at was very simple. How can education be the transformation agent of our nation? How do we make sure that we get rid of poverty from our nation through education? If you don't put to rest learning poverty, you are not putting to rest poverty that confronts your nation. So we have a daunting ask, and we began. I will show you a few images of what we're able to accomplish, transforming village schools into 21st century schools, constructing schools where we could truly do science, technology, engineering, mathematics, education, and beyond secondary, moving on to tertiary and doing so many other interventions. When it came to teacher preparation, the requirement in Ghana was a diploma, which was a 3-year program to prepare teachers for our basic schools. We decided that 3 years was not enough, given the demands on the teacher preparation program, and we move it to 4 years for a bachelor's degree. So in Ghana, as I speak with you, the minimum qualification for anybody to teach in the school system is a 4-year bachelor's degree, and the graduates are now coming out from our various colleges of education. So in terms of infrastructure, we have to literally look at our national budget, then talk to the World Bank, talk to the Arab Development Bank, talk to a number of organizations to look at how we change our infrastructure and how we ensure that students were not learning in dilapidated structures, move it around to the 21st century learning environment. I'll just give you one example of a school in the capital city of Accra. The school is called St. Barnabas. It's jointly operated by the government and the Anglican Church. I visited the school and I enjoyed my interaction with the students, but I also saw the state of dilapidation of the school. And we decided to look for resources to do something about the situation. Within a period of 8 years, after sending the architects and engineers there to take a look at the school, we were able to transform the learning environment from what I thought was an 18th century learning environment to what I believe is now a 21st century learning environment. This is the transformation that we have to embark upon across Africa, because we cannot really talk about educating our children for 21st century when they are learning in 18th or 19th century buildings, and when it's about to rain, school has to close. And in some cases, you even have students who are learning under trees. That is what we wanted to change. And we've made some giant strides in Ghana. the classrooms environment that we are changing. But when you look at before and after, that is when you begin to see that something should be done and something could be done. So I just want you to know that there is a lot of work to be done in the education system, but with a great vision, we truly can. We can truly do some innovative things and bring about a transformation. The transformation that has eluded, where's the before? The transformation that has eluded us over the years. So once the technical person gets his work together, I'll be able to show you some images of what we have been able to do in Ghana. Now, when it comes to teaching and learning, we know that we have to do more, but we also have to take a look at the curriculum. The curriculum that will ensure that the 21st century dictates of the learning environment, of the work environment, is something that we truly confront and truly do something good to ensure that our children are becoming critical thinkers. But invariably, when we talk about curriculum, instruction, and assessment, we are saying that, yes, we develop the curriculum, we have the instruction strategy, we have the assessment. What we fail to sometimes do is to make sure assessment is in alignment with our curriculum vision. So when we talk about the fact that we need to ensure that our students are critical thinkers, and the curriculum is going to ensure critical thinking, but the assessment is not assessing critical thinking, then we are in trouble. So you always have to make sure that not only are you talking about the vision of the curriculum, not only are you talking about critical thinking in the curriculum, but your assessment is also aligned. And I saw a few things when I was the Minister for Education, when we embarked on what we called a curricula that will ensure that the 4 C's were being implemented. But what we did not recognize that when it comes to the assessment was being done by the West African Examination Council, and we then had to take a look at the assessment and begin to make sure that the country is saying we need critical thinkers, but are we being assessed based on what the vision of the curriculum was about? I was at the time when we were going to do our first assessment from the new curriculum that we had introduced, then we realized the assessment was still about rote memorization, and we had to ask our West African Examination Council to really look at the assessment again and begin to take a look at how we change from rote memorization through to critical thinking. So when we come to quality of education, infrastructure is very important. And I told you I'll show you some pictures, not this, please. Some pictures of where the schools, what the schools were, how they looked like, and how they became as we embark on a major transformation infrastructure development. I show you the inside on the classroom that I visited, how the students, where the students were learning. Of course, this was just like when I was going to school. No ceiling, roof is leaking, and it's a very difficult thing for the students. Within a short period of 8 months, we were able to look for the money, and not only did we change this school, we also changed a number of schools across the country to ensure that we are providing quality learning environment for the students. And we also took a look at the uniform because a number of times when you look at the uniform the students are wearing, the confidence level is even low compared to those in private schools. So we have to take a look at this and look at how do we even change the uniforms so that the way the child is dressed is something that makes them confident and makes them students who are ready to learn. So ladies and gentlemen, not only did we look at the quality learning environment, we also began and took a serious look at the curriculum in terms of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, how students were learning, ensuring that we have tablets at the high school level. These are a policy of the government where every high school student was given a tablet, and we began to shift teaching and learning to the online space so that when students are not in the classroom, after school, they have an opportunity to also learn. So it's one tablet for every student in the Ghanaian school space. And that's something that is revolutionizing our teaching and learning at the high school level. We also began to look at the basic school and then did the basic STEM. In the basic STEM space, we changed the classroom environment, which ensured that students were learning differently. We set up STEM centers, which were jointly used by high schools and basic schools in the community. This was to ensure that we can do technology integration and then do coding and other courses that we think students need to know and be able to do when it comes to teaching and learning in the 21st century. So essentially, the African education system have some work to do. The work that needs to be done is how do we change our schools from 19th century to 21st century? How do we change teaching and learning from 19th century to 21st century? How do we change the learning environment from 19th century to 21st century? How do we educate school leaders in such a way that they will have 21st century skills? And when I mention all these things, I know some of you listening who are practitioners in the African education space are going to say, how do you get the funds? It's not easy, but I think when you have a great vision and you're able to build partnerships, you're able to get funding to do a number of things. When we're doing the high school curriculum, we got funding from MasterCard Foundation. When we wanted to teach or educate our school leaders so that they will be in tune with 21st century, Big Win Philanthropy came in to help us. When we were transforming our school infrastructure beyond the national budget, we were able to get support from the World Bank and the Arab Development Bank. So at every space that we found ourselves, we had to look at how do you build partnerships so that you can accomplish your goal. You can do what you wanted to do. So at the end of the day, I believe that we have to confront learning poverty. We have to make sure foundational learning, we improve it. But we also have to do STEM just like other countries are doing it. And our motivation is very simple. There are many countries around the world that had a robust education system, and they were able to really transform their economies, and their livelihoods are better than that of many African countries. So if the pathway to success is through the knowledge economy, and we have to ensure that our children are well educated, then we have to begin to take a look at what we need to do. So I believe that once African leaders understand that education is the pathway to transformation of our societies and our economies, that is when they have the courage to invest in education. In 2016, only 800,000 students in Ghana were in high school. 2024, we had 1.4 million. And this 1.4 million, their fees were fully paid by the government. Majority of them, 70%, were in boarding schools, fed 3 times a day, free accommodation, all fully provided by the government. The government did that because it became very cognizant of the fact that unless we educate the vast majority of our youth in Ghana, we will not be able to change our socioeconomic fortunes. So when we realize that education is a means to an end, a means to the transformation of our nation, then you are willing to make the investment. It may be a top budget in terms of the cost, but you are willing to do it because you know that without that, you can't change your country. I think that is the realization that my president appreciated, based on which funds were allocated for the transformation of our education system. I know every country is doing their very best, but I think collaboration is also very important among African countries. There may be something that Nigeria is doing so well that I can learn from and then bring it to Ghana. There might be something that I'm doing so well and Nigeria can learn from, or Zimbabwe can learn from us, and then also take it to Zimbabwe. As we do more collaboration, we'll be able to do more. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that I've said so much about public education, but we also have to take a look at the private sector. We have international curriculum being implemented in various African countries. It's good. I like the rigor of some of the curriculum. My concern for the most part in Ghana, and we began to work on that, is the content of the curriculum. I don't want Ghanaian children to only learn about the history of the UK and no history of Ghana. I think we need to have a serious collaboration with the Cambridge curriculum owners, the International Baccalaureate owners, and begin to look at how do we ensure that there's local content in terms of localization of the content. I know that in the IB curriculum, they have more flexibility. In the United States, about 85% of all schools that are doing IB are public schools. And that is why in the IB curriculum, you have to do United States history. Because without doing that, you cannot get your student to graduate from any United States public education system. This is something that we need to do in other African countries. So whilst we lean on this international curricula to provide education for certain section of our society, especially the privileged in our society, it cannot be that these children are deprived of understanding of the economic system of their country, the geography of their country, and the history of their country. So it's something that we need to work collaboratively with those owners of the international curriculum and ensure that we are providing quality education for our African children, irrespective of their social status, whilst we also confront the issue of poor, dilapidated facilities in some of our schools and ensure that we are actually doing what is right for the children of Africa. I believe our better days are ahead of us. I believe we need to really work hard to transform education. Without transforming education, I don't know how we're going to get out of poverty in Africa. And consequently, as any expenditure in education should be seen as an investment into the future of Africa. We always boast that we have the most youthful population. But what is the point of a youthful population that are uneducated and eventually become a liability in terms of even the peace and stability of our continent? We have work to do, and we have to do whatever it takes to ensure that we change the course of history of our continent, that the lost years from independence to now is something that we need to recover. We need to move at the speed of light. Time is not on our side. And therefore, as an African educationist who worked in the United States for many years, building charter schools in Los Angeles, and coming back to my home to help transform education, I have this sense of urgency that more needs to be done, but more can be done. We need to move fast. I'll show you a few images of our transformation, just to also let people know that some great things are happening in various parts of the continent. And there are times when we really have to shed light on it to give us the confidence. We have a school that we built in the capital city called Accra STEM Academy. It's a school that begins from kindergarten all the way to high school. It's accessible to any school you can find anywhere in the United States or in the UK, and it's a public school. And if you look at this, students are coming from various areas in the capital, in the capital. And it's a beautiful place for teachers to teach and for students to learn. And a number of these are being built across the country. Old dilapidated buildings are being pulled down in their places. New facilities are coming up. We have to make the investment. We have to make the investment. And I call it an investment. It's not just an expenditure. Our nation's future will be brighter if we commit to the transformation of education on the continent. Thank you so much. And may you have a very fruitful summit. And may we all come out of here inspired that the better days of Africa is ahead of us and not behind us. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for such an insightful keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do better. Let us put our hands together for Dr. Educhum for that amazing address. I feel so inspired, and I'm sure that everyone here on this call also feels equally inspired by the amazing work that is being done in Ghana with regards to improving the STEM education and improving the curriculum development of the students. Wow, so inspiring. Thank you so much, Honorable. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, would like to invite some of our partners and to give a very short advert. And I would like to invite Kawotech Interactive Board to um, to give a short advert at this point. Kawotech, the floor is yours.
We live in. So in education, the classroom is being transformed by technology to make learning easier. With EdTech Interactive Board, there is no need for speaker, camera, Android, computer, projector, or interactive whiteboard, as it is an all-in-one classroom learning solution. It comes with many features such as a digital whiteboard for writing, change background to suit the topic and attract the learner's attention, import videos or pictures to the digital board, erase and recall content on the digital board, draw 2D and 3D shapes with ease, and you can also save lectures for future use by learning. The EdTech board allows teachers to create games for every topic without the knowledge of coding. Hence, students practice more with fun and interaction. EdTech board comes with 3D and other multimedia learning resources that bring abstract and difficult to understand STEM topics to reality. The 3D video helps students touch and interact with lessons. Use your favorite teleconference solution to connect in-class and out-of-class students with ease. EdTech board helps you build the school's digital library, as all teachings and class activities can be recorded and uploaded on your portal for future learning. You can connect multiple devices to the EdTech Interactive Board wirelessly or with wires. This allows teachers and students to share this screen or mirror the board. EdTech Interactive Board comes in various sizes such as 65 inches, 75 inches, and 86 inches. Classroom digitization is the perfect way to increase learning outcome in students. Call us today for a demo in your school.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning here in Nigeria, and everywhere we have been hearing us. It's a wonderful day. It's a privilege to be part of this program, and we just want to take you through briefly in the next 2 minutes what we are doing, especially with regards to advancing education in the country, Nigeria, and the continent as a whole. I will just share my screen briefly. Okay, so my name is Kaunishi Abiodun, and I'm the CEO of EdTech Interactive. And we have been doing smart board for schools just to advance the kind of quality education in the country. And our vision was just to revolutionize the process of education with the use of cutting-edge technology that stimulates learning. So we are an EdTech company for the past 14 years, and we are full of young people who are very energetic and they are enthusiasts of technology. So we are the original equipment manufacturer of the EdTech Interactive Smart Boards, and we know that our boards are just the perfect solutions that are needed to digitize most classrooms, as is being confirmed by most schools. We actually promise our partner schools that we don't just sell boards to them, we sell partnership. We have some of these upgradable components, a sharper display, and we have best support for schools. And we provide better after service, especially to most of our partner schools, and we have tailored contents that are matching the Nigerian and international curriculum. Like we always promise most of our partner school, we tell them we do not just sell boards to them, we just sell peace of mind to them. and we are locally rated. And we are even still looking that by next year, we are expanding into other African countries like Ghana, Cotonou, and surrounding West African. Most often, we have this onboarded training for schools when they buy the smart boards, and we also have continuous online training. And every year, we have PowerPoint training for teachers. I think in the last 3 years, this is the 4th year, we have trained close to about 4,000 teachers on how to create effective PowerPoints, because we've seen, after going to several hundreds of schools, that teachers waste much time when they are teaching, and those are the things that are making them not to be able to effectively deliver whatever content they are having. So with the use of PowerPoint, teachers can streamline and reduce time wasted on writing on the board, and it will increase the engagement in the classroom. And that has really helped, because we've had wonderful testimonies of teachers now creating content on YouTube for students to learn, and that has been an amazing testimony. This year also, we had close to about 800 teachers that joined all over Nigeria. Though we are looking at next year that we are going to actually expand beyond Nigeria to train other teachers. And this is something really that's worked in most of our school, and it has increased engagement. Our boards actually comes with 2 years warranty. We have some other negotiable warranty after the 2 years has expired. And just to know that actually we started this journey about 4 years ago, and we are already in about 21 states in the Federation of Nigeria. We've covered about 110 schools, so university and businesses that are using our EdTech Interactive Smart Board. We are also having a small portable power solution that helps all these boards to run sometimes in areas where there are no electricity. So they could be able to run this board for like 4 to 5 hours using the solar until maybe there is an alternative source of getting power. And if there is sun for that day, definitely they run for like 7 to 8 hours. So this we expect will help to increase engagement of students in the classroom, so that they don't just get bored. We have some of the list of schools that we are already covered, top schools in Nigeria: Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, in the east, in the west. And just for the sake of time, we have this board prices. It was meant for Nigerian local market, because the rate here is in Naira. But I know definitely when we are expanding to other African countries by next year, we'll be having some of those rates in our own local currency that could work for us. We have different sizes, and they are wonderful devices. So what is next for you? Whether it's digital lesson delivery, you need a smart board. Whether you need to train your teachers for 21st century pedagogy, you need smart board to help them. You are ready to work with your schools, ready to take them to the next level in terms of the pedagogy and the delivery of the content for the teacher. So we do not only make the classroom just engaging, we make it interactive, make it fun for the student. Most of our partner schools, the students, they want to come to school the next day because they enjoyed whatever the teacher has taught them. There are games. The classroom should not be a boring place. It should be a place that is fun for them. They're able to come to the board, do some games, and all this helps them to feel relaxed and to get engaged whatever the teacher is saying. Okay, so for demo or instant purchase, we are available through all these contacts that are here. And to our other African country members, we are looking at it that very soon we'll be coming to your country, and we'll be able to have good partnership. Okay, and you can add me to your contacts by just scanning this QR code. When it comes to EdTech Interactive Smart Boards, we are built for Nigeria, built for Africa. We are powered by innovation, and we are designed for excellence. I really want to thank the organizer for the privilege to actually present what we do to you. And you want to say, please contact us. We are ready to serve you. And oh, sorry, I didn't put on my camera. Okay, this is my wonderful face, in case you want to put a face to who is speaking actually. So thank you
Even
very
upstairs,
much.
I was.
And
Thank
please
you very
permit me
much.
the privilege to help you unmute everybody so that at least there will be no disturbance in this. I saw that we muted them, but we are still giving them the privilege to actually talk. So, okay, hereafter now, nobody could be able to. So the admin could actually put up their own mic and nobody
Thank
will be
you.
able to interrupt. All right, thank you so much. My name is still
Thank
Abiodun. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abiodun. Ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen, you just heard from EdTech Learning Services from Nigeria. They have been at the forefront of transforming education in Africa. So if you're an educator, a school leader, or simply passionate about improving learning outcomes, I encourage you to explore their tools. Their smart board is very sustainable and very encouraging when it comes to renewable energy. Thank you so much. And just from our partners. At this moment, we'd like to quickly move on to our next item on the agenda. Due to time, we're going to quickly blaze through it. We want to invite Henry, who would take us through some citations. We're going to award some citations to important people who have done remarkable things when it comes to education. And at this moment, we'd like to invite Henry to take us through this session. Henry, the floor is yours.
Have you ever thought of how we can build and maintain positive school culture? Do you know how we can go about maintaining and building a positive school culture in Africa? Okay, now today we're going to be hearing from a great speaker in this session of 50 to 1 hour. This prominent advocate for educator development and school leadership throughout Africa. He is the director of the Professional Development Capacity Center. He has designed and implemented transformative learning program that enhance teachers' agency and strengthening school system. With over 20 years of experience in East Africa and South Asia, he has led region-wide initiative focused on competency-based learning, inclusive education, and digital innovation, a finalist for the Global Teacher Prize, and recognized as one of the Africa's top 100 EdTech influencers. He is not a person than Dr. Maina Gaiko, a prominent advocate for educator development and school leadership. He's also offered a grounded visionary perspective on reimagining education across the continent. And he's also a director of Professional Development Capacity Center, Agahak Academy.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you are enjoying the session. We've had amazing people speaking with us in the first half of this session. And now we want to move on to a very important part of this event, which I'm so excited um, to be part of. So now we have our workshop session, and this promises to be both practical and very inspiring. The focus of this workshop is building and maintaining positive school culture. And we all know that culture in a school, it goes far beyond the classroom. Culture shapes how students learn, it shapes how teachers teach, and it shapes how communities thrive. That is why it's important to promote a positive school culture where we can create an environment of respect, innovation, and growth. And to lead us on this very important session is an accomplished education leader. He is the director of Professional Development Capacity Center at Aga Khan Academy, Mombasa, Kenya. And with vast experience in teacher training and leadership development, he has worked extensively in helping schools nurture environments where both students and educators can truly excel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a round of applause, with some reactions and excitement. Please join me in welcoming our workshop facilitator, Dr. Maina Goiko. Doctor, if you're here with us, we would love to hear from you.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, he's here. Doctor is here. Welcome. Doctor, you are now a co-host. You can share your screen and the likes.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from this world. I'm very, very grateful to be here and to work with you. This is a great moment, and I'm very inspired from the keynote speech, whereby we have been reminded of the 4C and the importance of eradicating learning poverty. And that is something critical. When we do infrastructure, when we do the buildings, we need to ask ourselves, how do we address the software? How do we address the soft skills? We have the building, we have the flourishing uniform, and we have teachers who are ready to teach. How now do we ensure that the learning environment is very enticing? Today morning when I was coming to work, I was so disturbed because I passed through a school and they were having an assembly. And I saw one of the teachers holding a stick. And I was so worried. Is this a herds person? Is this a herdsman or a teacher? What is the symbol of a stick in a school situation? Some people say it is a pointer. But what is the psychological effect of having a teacher who's supposed to inspire, who's supposed to bring hope, who's supposed to cause some interest and inquiry to the teachers, to the students, carrying a stick? So in this session, I want us to unpack what is school culture and how is it related to teaching, learning, and leadership. At the same time, I want us to do some analysis, have some hands-on. This is a workshop, so have some hands-on experience and debunk a scenario to understand what is culture. Hopefully, by the end of going through this, we might begin to change our attitude and see that learning should be joyous. Learning should be inviting. Learning should be a place to look to. So students should be worried when it's Friday that they're going to miss school for 48 hours. They should be feeling joyous when it is Monday morning. They are welcoming a week of joy and engagement. So welcome to this session where we are going to be going through our learning experience, and let me hear your response from what you can see on the screen, according to you, so that we are all on the same page. We are boarding the same bus. How would you describe culture in one word? How would you describe culture in one word? You can go to slido.com, enter that code, and let us see your response. How would you describe culture in one word?
Okay, just to support Doctor. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's to participate in the conversation, kindly go to your search engines and type in slido.com, and then when you get there, you can put in the code. This would show an interactive space where you can put in your responses very quickly, just to support Dr. Minor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you are struggling, you can do it in the chat, then somebody can help and put it together in Slido. If you are struggling, we are here to ensure that we are accommodating everybody with our individual challenges. So if you're struggling, don't worry. We are waiting for your responses. Some people have started putting it in the chat, which is okay. Okay. So you can see what our colleagues are sharing. You can share yours too. Thank you very much. Excellent. So I'm just waiting a little and just half a minute. Great, great. So you can see from our responses, there are elements of collectiveness, there are elements of integration, there's an element of structure, there's an element of this is how we do stuff. So all those are correct because we are looking at opportunities where we are sharing our responses based on the perspective of what we have from our experiences and from our exposure. So when you talk about culture, it is the soil in which everything grows. It is the soil in which everything grows because the soil, the texture, the type of the soil determines how the plant is going to come out, how it's going to sprout. So something which shapes growth, something which influences how things are going. So I want us to look that metaphor and we bring it in a school environment. What is culture and why does it matter? The same way the soil will determine. A region where we plant bananas is meant for bananas. And there's a reason why bananas thrive there. So it's very, very important that we look at it. I want you to look at those pictures. And in the chat, what values, what practices, what relationships can you see? Just share in the chat. Looking at those pictures, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 scenarios. What can you pick from there? Share with us in the chat. Just share, what can you observe? What can tell you about the culture of the school? Are you getting some hints from the picture? Thank you very much, Shirene Duru. Thank you very much. Yes, what can you see from those pictures? Thank you very much, Batatule. Thank you very much, Mashud. Udofia, thank you very much. What can you tell? Just a look. What comes out about the school culture? Thank you very much, Uche. Ruben Omukoro, thank you very much. Yemi, thank you. Thank you very much, Nike. Thank you very much, Ese. Thank you very much, Matela, Mariam. So, you can't hide culture. You can't have to dig to get it. By just walking through a school, you can get the feel of what happens in the school. Let us refer to literature so that we get some insight of culture. When you look at Glossary for Education Reform, it talks that school culture is the beliefs, perceptions, relationships, attitudes and written and unwritten rules that shape how the school functions. And if you look at Fulan, through International Baccalaureate, which the former minister made reference to, it says school culture is defined as the guiding belief and values, evident. So it's not salient, evident in the way the school is operating. And Cornell is telling us school culture is holistic. It is policies, it is interpersonal dynamic, it is customs, and it is aspects of formal and informal behaviors. But they all have some influence. Influence to what? School effectiveness. And what is the purpose of a school? Teaching and learning. So when we talk about effectiveness, we are talking about quality education. So this is a presumption that there is a causal effect between culture and quality of education. Because one will form the other, a foundational basis for the other to thrive. Remember we said culture is like the soil which a plant grows. And therefore, a school culture can form or break or influence the quality of education. And there are different types of school cultures, positive and negative. If you're looking at a flower, a rose, you have to look at the rose beauty and the thorn on the rose. So when you look at that holistic nature and the dynamism of the school culture with different players, teachers, students, staff, support staff, parents, suppliers, it comes in different forms. It can be collaborative. It can be comfortable, collaborative. I love the third one. It can be contrived and collegial, whereby we have rules which are forcing people, but they're just playing by the rule, not by the heart. So how we formulate it is very important. It can also be balkanized. That's a negative one, where we have this group, we have this group, we have that group, and we're yet in the same school, wearing the same uniform. It can also be fragmented. So it is the people in the leadership and the influencers who needs to think about what is it that we need to do to make it thrive. Because you can nurture expectation, you can create cohesion, you can decentralize decision-making, you can communicate people's values. I want some people to add on the list, what else can you do? I have only 6. Can we have 4 more to make them 10? Write in the chat what we think we need to do to build our culture or nurture positive culture in our schools. I have only 6. Can you add at least 4? Just type in the chat. What else do you think we can do above what I've shared? I'm looking at the chart. Thank you very much. Martella, Mashud, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can read what our colleagues are typing in the chat. This is a very interactive activity so that we see what others are saying. Thank you very much, Babatunde, Ruben, thank you very much. My list need to grow. Thank you very much, Babatunde again. Ruben, thank you again. Eno Samuel, thank you very much. Abeb, thank you. Bella, thank you very much. Yes. So this is very good that we are proactive. We are advocating for what needs to be done, meaning that we are aware that there is something which can be done to make it better. So I want you to reflect personally, and if you don't like to share, you don't have to. But according to you, how do you describe the culture in your school? Just share in the chat. How would you describe the culture in the school? How would you describe culture in the school? How will you describe culture in the school? Reflect on your own school, and if you're okay with this, just share. Thank you, Dr. Oluwakemi and Certain. Adema Omolola, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matela. That's good, that's good. Remember, we can see it. When you say it, we can see it. You can come to your school and see it. That is great. That is great. Excellent. I am happy that you can be able to decipher the culture in your school. So now we are going to make our hands dirty. And what we are going to do is we are going to discuss some case studies. We're going to discuss some case studies, and we'll be in groups. So I'm going to make breakout groups, 15 of them. If you are in group 1 to 5, you are going to work on the first case study, which I will share in the room. If you are in group 6 to 10, you are going to work on the second case study. If you are from group 11 to 15, you are going to work in the third case study. I'll be coming in the rooms and I'll be sharing the case study. So if you're in group 1 to 5, I'm sharing this case study so that you can be able to see it. So that when you go in your room, unmute and start sharing, discussing the case study. Because when you come back, we'll pick some members to be able to share. If you're in group 6 to 10, you will be looking at this case study, which I'm sharing now, and you will be able to, you can take a photo with your phone or the device you have, but I'll also share in those rooms. And if you're in group 11 to 15, you're going to share this case study. Let's look at real cases so that when we come back here, we are now going to unpack and present each case study. Some will be presenting by speaking, and some will be presenting by just typing their findings. So we are going to go to breakout rooms, and we work on these 3 scenarios. If you are, repeat, group 1 to 5, the first case, group 6 to 10, second case, group 11 to 15, third case. So that is what we are going to do, and we only have 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes to discuss and share. So I'm going to open the breakout rooms. When you are told join a breakout room, please join the breakout room, have a discussion. And for those who are using YouTube, just pick any so that when we come back, you are going to share. So starting now is 25 past. We are going to be back here at 35 past. Let's join the rooms and discuss. Once you get into the room, please unmute and start sharing, discussing the case which you have. And I'll be going to different rooms and sharing the case so that you don't miss that particular case. So the time has started now, and you only have 10 minutes. So let's join the rooms and discuss the cases. If you are here, it means you have not gone to your room. Click on the join. It must have popped on your screen, join room. Join a room, and people are already in rooms and they are discussing. You should be in a room discussing. We still have 30 people here in the room. You are supposed to have gone to the room. Can see people are returning. Let me just take them again because your colleagues are discussing. When it pops up, join a room. Please join a room.
Hello. Could we get the breakout question for group 11? We don't have it.
Check in the chat. It's there in the chat.
We left and then I came back, but it's gone.
Oh, okay. For 11,
Yeah.
are you here in the homeroom?
Yeah, I'm joining back to the group 11.
Yeah, it's here. I can see it here in the chat. Just check the chat. It's still there. Let me repost it.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
And I'm coming to your room also to post it there. we are remaining with some few minutes. Let me just alert people because they should be coming here back now. Just tell them, everybody, there are some few minutes remaining. Oh, so many people have been here. They are not in their rooms. Room 12 has only 2 people. Room 14, room 15. Please go to your room. When you are assigned to go to a room because you are missing a lot of nice discussion in other rooms. People are really, really discussing and you really get, let me just push you again to a room, the final few minutes. You'll get something. Just join the room. When it tells you join a room, and then listen to what people are sharing and also contribute so that we are here to co-generate, not to sponge or to listen, but this is a workshop. So we are here to come up with ideas and share. So I'm just pushing other people. I have 3 people in here. I want them to go to the room. When it appears go to room, just join that particular room, please. We have 3 minutes and everybody will be back. Okay, so people should be coming the next 2 minutes. The discussions are going very well in different rooms. Over 60 people are in different rooms. And quite a great discussion. So it's 35 past, so I should close all rooms and everybody should be here in the next 59 seconds. So people are coming back. People are coming back. People are coming back. And we are waiting for them. The rooms are closing the next 40 seconds. People are coming back. They had very great discussions. And we are going to hear from them as they told us what happened in the case they were trying to solve. In 20 seconds, all the rooms will be closed. Thank you for those who are coming back now. I hope you had a nice discussion. And in the next 10 seconds, everybody will be here because the rooms are closing. We have to arrange the chairs and everybody to get back here in the main room. So thank you very much, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you had a great discussion in the rooms where you are. Now, there we are. For the first case, group 1 to 5, anybody, you can raise up your hand and give us your solution. Other people, you can type what you discussed. Anybody to raise up their hand and tell us how they resolved this? Martella, are you ready? Martella, are you ready to tell us what leadership helped shape this culture? You can unmute and speak. The rest, please, can we share in the chat? While somebody is speaking, the rest you can share in the chat so that we all contribute. We have this situation in Western Kenya, and we have seen. So you're supposed to help this head teacher solve the issue.
Okay, I'm on now.
Yes, please, let's go.
I'm Martella Diedriks from Namibia, and I'm a school counselor. So Funke and I discussed it, but of course the others struggled to get online. I believe this is what it is supposed to be like, because if you include everyone, then we form a connection. Let me put it to you this way. This is a value-added attitude. I'm never too good. The presenter or the one in front of the assembly or the class is never too good to listen. And we need to teach kids that the importance of listening to one another. And if we allow them to say or to put on the table what they have in their minds, then trust and respect is built. We are building trust and respect and say, you know what, there's no wrong and there's no right. Let's listen, and then we develop one common heart about this. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Martella. The importance of voice, and I like it. There's no wrong or right. We are empowering everybody to express themselves. That is
Absolutely.
very nice. Can we have somebody else from that group before we go to the next one? I'm looking at the chat, please. Others, if you are in that group, there is, we gave, Ashola David, we gave all the case studies in the chat. Sorry if you missed, but you can look at this quickly and react. Anybody else to react? Zimem Nisi, are you ready to react to this? What is your take about this situation? Zimem Nisi, you can unmute. Zimem Nisi, unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so greetings and also greetings to everyone. So I was in group 13. So unfortunately, we were not sure which one to use, but then we used the ones that we had for the we used case study 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we used case study 3.
Yeah, it's on the screen. Yeah, explain it now.
Okay, so we said, or the question was, what leadership qualities or role that was implemented in order to solve the problem of teachers not collaborating or contributing during the meetings. So we said the deputy head analyzed the problem, and then he found a solution that would involve everyone. And also the teachers also participated. So we also said the teachers, due to their activities, to their involvement, made it collectively responsible to achieve better results for the school, just not only inside classroom or not meetings, but also outside meetings. Okay. So unfortunately, we didn't have much time.
No, that's okay. That's okay. The little we have, we are contributing, and I'm sure your colleagues should be sharing in the chat. Can we also go to somebody else to share? I can see Nengoerano Odufa has really shared something in the chat, which is supporting what you have said. I like that. Kid Monitor, which group are you, please, so that you can share something? Kid Monitor, are you with us? I'm looking for somebody else, a gentleman, to share. Please raise up your hand if you are ready to share. This is a workshop, and we would like you to share. Gabat Asiu, are you there? Or Kofi Abochi? Gabat Asiu or Kofi Abochi? Tavelane Hove, anybody else to share? Tell us which case you are unpacking, then we think of it. Tavelane Hove? Oluwakemi Olunora, doctor, are you there? You unmute. Tell us which case you are working on, and then you give us the solution. Dr. Oluwakemi. Doc, are you there? I can see group 2, they have also shared in the chat. Group 13, they have shared in the chat. Excellent, excellent. There's a hand coming up. Basiroda Adetona. Your hand is coming up, going down. Do you want to say something? Gabra Tasiu, unmute and speak, please, Gabra. Gabra Tasiu, unmute and speak. Gabra Tasiu, unmute and speak.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, please.
Please, the problem I have encountered was that I saw group 12. I joined the group and found that I'm the only person there. So I tried to change to another group, but unfortunately I could. Whenever I touch the pop-up, it just takes me back to the group 12. So that is what happened. Thank you.
So do you have any quick reaction on the case you can see on the screen, Gabra, before Dr. Oluwakemi comes in? Any quick reaction? Okay, Gabra. Dr. Oluwakemi, please unmute. Dr. Oluwakemi, yes?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I couldn't unmute earlier on. So we had the second case study of the teacher who rebuilt trust after a crisis. And for that particular situation, I think there was a conflict between teachers and the management that led to the walkout of teachers and leading to all parents' mistrust. And the way she went about, the school leader went about it, was first and foremost conducting a listening session with the staff, with the students, with the parents. And after that, noting down their concerns, following up with transparent communications, and then having a stakeholders meeting where parents, the students, and the teachers had representatives to have a shared decision-making process. And so from that, we saw that personally from the group discussing that, that was more like an open, inclusive, collaborative, and transparent kind of school culture where she gave access to everyone to speak. And she didn't just come in as, oh, I'm a leader here, I make the final decisions. And even when the final decisions were to be made, everybody also had a voice. So there was that opportunity to give every stakeholder a voice in the decision-making, a voice in raising concern. And everybody, I'm sure everybody will have felt heard, will have felt valued. And also being that they had a shared platform, they had contribution rather to the final decisions, they would have also taken ownership of such decision-making. So that was, we concluded that it was an open, inclusive, collaborative, transparent, and of course, empathy was applied because she actually had to put herself in the shoes by listening to all these people together. And because at the end, it was a culture that enabled them to thrive. They had better retention of their teachers, and trust was rebuilt again in the minds and the hearts of the parents.
Wow, wow. I'm listening to you. I'm hearing voice, open, inclusive, collaborative, valued, shared platform, ownership, empathy. Those are key fundamental things that school leaders should have if the culture should be positive. Thank you very much, Dr. Olunora, for that. That's very impressive. I want somebody from Zimbabwe to share. We were in West, we have to go to South. Tave Havelani, last sharing so that we move on. I saw somebody called Tave Havelani. Are you there so that you speak, then we continue with the activity? Thank you very much, Dr. Oluwakemi, for that excellent, excellent contribution. We are here discussing how do we build positive culture and nurture it so that it continues to thrive. Tave Havelani, I'm looking for any other hand. One more hand, then we move on. In the absence of the hand, what I'm happy is that all the three cases have been unpacked. I'd like to thank Matela for looking at the first case, Zime Munisi for looking at the third case, and Dr. Oluwakemi for looking at the second case. Thank you very much for your contribution, because you have really, really added value. And to all those who have shared their contribution in the chat. Thank you very much. Now, I have a question to all of us. From these three case studies, what have we learned? We have listened to Matela, Diedrichs, we have listened to Zime, Mnisi, we have listened to Oluwakemi, Olunora, and we can see in the chat what our colleague are saying. What are we learning from all this? Can you share with us in the chat? Is there something you have gone through a supermarket? Are you window shopping or are you coming with some goods? What is in your basket as you're walking out? Share in the chat. Is there something which has stuck with you from this short experience we have had? Let's see in the chat. For me, I told you the words which stuck with me, those key words. What about you? What has stuck with you? Share in the chat, please. What did you learn from this? Thank you very much, Babatunde Busola. Can you unmute, please, and share? Babatunde Busola, as the rest are typing. Babatunde Busola, very active. Can you unmute and say something? Babatunde Busola. Are you able to unmute and say something, Babatunde Busola? Thank you very much, Matela, for your contribution. Yemi, thank you very much. Culture is the soil which the school activities grow. Thank you very much, Mary Amandi. What are you taking away from this interaction? Oh, Babatunde, you can't unmute. Sorry. Let me see if I can, because I really wanted to hear from you. You have been really contributing, Babatunde. Where are you? I don't know why you are unable to unmute. Let me see, Babatunde. Babatunde Busol. Just try again now, if you are able.
Okay, yes.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So from this workshop and from what we've been learning so far, I've realized that a positive culture, to be able to sustain a thriving positive culture, it will take leaders' flexibility in leadership. It would take a conscious and an intentional effort from every from starting from the leaders to every stakeholders in the education system, to have a system whereby openness is encouraged, collaboration is encouraged, student voice is encouraged, students are able to share their perspectives, teachers are able to bring their values without fear, without the thought that they will not be valued. So that would really help and to enhance a positive culture.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Babatunde, for that. This is very encouraging. Unfortunately, I've not had a man speak. Very sad. Can one man raise your hand, please, and say something? Ladies are leading now. 5 have spoken. No gentleman has spoken. I'm looking at the hands. Please, if you're a gentleman and you'd like to contribute, just raise up your hand. It's about culture, and we want everybody to be able to say something. I'm looking for hands. I can't see any. Come on. The count of 5. Emmanuel, Elijah, Tave Havelani. Yes, I like that, Matela. We need to see Femi Akigabe. Okay, Femi, you can speak, please. Femi Akigbage. Unmute and say something, Femi. Finally, we have the second man after Gabra. Femi?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, good afternoon.
It's nice being here this morning and this afternoon, sorry. This afternoon here, Nigeria local time. And thank you very much for such a wonderful opportunity like this and for this great workshop. Thank you, the culture culture. I want to my own contribution to culture, the school culture, and the best culture that we feel that should be practiced in Africa towards ensuring proper education platform is that the kind of culture that we all need a collaborative effort of both the school leadership, the workforce, and even the students as well. We need to create a welcome environment for learners at all times, such a way that they'll be able to speak up their mind. And also the integration of technology to our systems. As we can see currently, the update as regards the implementation of artificial intelligence in Africa currently, very larger percentage of our students, the learners, are still far behind. It is the other side that, particularly in this in our country, to be precise, the very side of technology that is being embraced by our students is not that encouraging. What do I mean? We have more of Yahoo and the likes. The negative side is what the cyber crimes and the likes is what their concentration is. But we need to really look at how we make this technology the core bedrock that all students need to embrace. And we need to integrate technology more, the positive side of it, the good things that can be derived from it, and how to move the nation and the entire.
Thank you very much, Femi. Thank you very much, Femi. We have got your points. We need to be brief so that we give more people a chance. Thank you very much. Abeb Akin, please be brief because Abeb.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good day to everybody, wherever you may be. Now, quick one. My contribution is that as a school, as a community, we need to take everybody along. Everybody should be taken along. You don't operate alone. No man is an island of information or opinion or decision making. So in making decisions, getting the school along, the learners, the school must know that all stakeholders must be involved in decision making, regardless of the situation. All stakeholders must be involved. All hands must be on deck, so to say. A situation where the school will make decisions alone concerning the students, the parents, no. Everybody must be involved. The school, the students, the parents, even the community where the school operates, everybody must be carried along. So
thank you very much, Abeb. Thank you very much. We need to align
it should
all
be.
our ducks.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate your contribution. Tavelani, finally. Zimbabwe, let's go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Here in Zimbabwe, it's afternoon. So I will say afternoon to all. I was in the same room with Babatunde, and I think our case study really actually touched on the positive culture that this teacher was trying to promote. The issue, what struck us most was the issue of inclusivity, where the teacher even encouraged the use of sign language. I think that was great. In short, I think my colleague did say a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harvey, for that. And ladies and gentlemen, culture is shaped by many factors. What we say, what we do, what we tolerate. They read from our body language. They read from what we are doing. They will read from our reactions. So we are the mirror as leaders who influence how the culture is shaped. I'm going to quickly go through some gallery walk. We're going to do a gallery walk. When it comes on the screen, please type on the chat, what do you see there as a culture? We're going to do a quick gallery walk through different classes, and then For you, you will quickly say, what is it that you see? Because we are now consolidating our thoughts on culture. So there we are. React to that. What practices do you see here that foster a love of learning? Quickly share in the chat. What do you see here that tells you there is love of learning? We are going to go very fast, so please share. 5 people share, we go to the next one. What do you see in this picture that show or indicate there's love of learning? Quickly share in the chat. What do you see from this picture that shows there is love of learning? I'm looking at the chat. So far it is 0. So people can't see love of learning from the picture. So I'm still waiting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we move to the next one. I can't see the chart. Oh, sorry. What picture? Oh, the picture is not shared. Sorry. There we are. Sorry. From that picture, what can you say about the love of learning? It is shared now. It's coming. Sorry about that. I'm waiting in the chat. What practices do you see in the picture that shares the love? Thank you very much, Madupe. Thank you. Matela, thank you very much. Those are 2. Can we have 3 more? Those are 2. Let's have 3 more. Then we move on. 3 more, 3 more, 3 more. Thank you very much, Samson. Thank you very much, Eno. And finally, yes, the next picture is coming. How does the hands-on activity support joyful learning? How does the hands-on activity support joyful learning? You can see the child is doing drawing by finger drawing. Thank you very much. Double honors. That is 1. Can I get 4 more? Let me get 4 more. Thank you very much, Miss Kaise. Thank you very much, Femi. Thank you very much, Martella. Wow. Let's go to the next one quickly. The third one. What signals a sense of belonging in this picture? What signals a sense of belonging in this picture? What signals a sense of belonging in this picture? Thank you very much, Matela. Yes. Ruben, thank you. Femi, thank you. Babatunde, thank you. Eno, thank you. Excellent. Let's go to the next one. I like it now. We are getting to know the key things. In what ways that this setup show participation? In what ways does this setup show? I want to see if you'll notice. In what way does this setup invite active participation? Thank you very much, Matela. Congratulations. You have got it. You have got it. This is what we are fighting. We don't want such bus way of sitting, rows and column following in front. It kills. And this is one of the negative culture which is facilitating learning poverty, frontal instruction. So this is something which we need to watch. We need to watch this pitfall because we don't want it to be like that. The next one is, how does access to technology support urgency and engagement? How does support to technology, the use of technology? I know Femi talked about technology. Dr. Oluwakemi is here. She's a specialist in that area. How does it? Thank you, Yemi, for that. The last picture now. How does this use of technology? Yes, Babatunde, thank you very much. Babatunde, thank you very much. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you. Thank you. Harrieta, thank you. Henrietta, thank you very much. Martella, thank you very much. Excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the factors which we are looking at. Now, from our tour of the 5 situations, what is one idea which you have taken, you could try in your institution. From this tour, we have taken across the schools, love for school, feeling sense of welcome, engagement, and the pitfall we found, the frontal teaching. Which one idea are you taking from the gallery walk? Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Anwofo. One thing you are taking, one idea you are taking, engagement. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Babatunde. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, at least we are taking one thing. Culture is what we cultivate. Joy can be the deliberate outcome. So we cultivate culture, then joy comes out of the culture which we cultivate. So I want you to think about this. What is one tradition from your childhood made you to feel valued as a child? Think about when you were a child. What is it, that one thing that made you feel valued? Let's share in the chat. There is something in your childhood that made you feel valued. What was it? Share with us. Something which made you feel valued in your childhood. What was it? Thank you, Matela. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mkaya. Thank you, Abeb. Thank you, Anifuaso. Thank you, Kurema. Thank you very much, Vanessa. Thank you very much, Emma. There's a reason I asked that question. Our learners should feel valued in the school. They should feel welcome. They should feel attracted. They should feel invited. They should feel part of the school. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 R's which we need to think about. Rituals, relationships, routines, and roles. This one they can build, they can break. These are the foundations in which we build the culture that we want. We have to ensure, what rituals do we have? Assemblies, greetings, celebrations. What relationship do we have in the staff room, in the office, in the dining hall? What routines do we have? Greetings, checking. What roles do we have? Class representative, class monitor. Those, they influence the culture of what we do. But even policy can also disembark the culture. I told you in the morning when I was coming, I passed through a school, I look at the assembly, there was a teacher holding a stick. Is a policy banning sticks in schools? Because I call them sticks. Some people call them canes because they have an implication of causing pain to learners. And I've never had pain and gain. That if you hit me more, I will understand maths more. So that is something which we need to understand. So, which of these 4 R's do you think, according to you, has the biggest impact in your school? Just write A, B, C, or D. A is strengthening the rituals. I want you to choose one. I know all of them have impact, but at your school and the situation in your school now, which out of those 4 will have the greatest impact? Thank you very much, Abegene. B is about prioritization. C is routine. Yes, I can see A, B, S. There's no S, sir. It is A, B, C, D. Adekunle, check your, yeah, good, A, yes. Let's see more. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you can see how unique we are. There is no one solution for all of us. Each of our institutions, for us to build and nurture positive culture, we have a choice of these 4 based on our interest and our understanding. that we can choose and implement. So thank you very much for sharing. And I now like us to share in pairs. We are 81. And I don't know why people are refusing to go into their rooms. This is the last activity we are doing, is a reflection, just for 5 minutes. Look at what is on the screen. You're going to share with your colleague any of these 4. Today I discovered, today I figured out, today I learned, I predict that. Choose any of that. You're going to be only 2 in a room, only 2, you with your pair. And then you are going to share that, what I've shared, because you are sharing with your pair. And before we come to share, you also think about this aspect. Something you will amplify, something you want to address, and something you want to continue doing in your school. So it is like traffic light. Something you want to start to make big, something you want to stop in your school, and something you want to continue doing because it is going on well. I want to see who is going to remain in the room because we are about to finish. I'm just making, we are 78, and I want to make many rooms so that we are all going to go to rooms. And then once we go to rooms, we do how many? If you find yourself in the room, please unmute and share with your colleague which you are there. So I'm opening the rooms, and it is only for 5 minutes. Starting now, move to your room and share with the person. You will be 2 only in the room. Unmute and speak with that person. Only 5 minutes. Yes, Abeb, your hand is up. Abeb, your hand is up. Gabra, your hand is up. Gabra, your hand is up. Yes, Gabra.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I was in a room with Mrs. Ladivo. So from my own side, I said what I have learned from the discussions and the activities that has taken place on this program is that I learned the importance of school culture towards a smooth running of a school, and also towards enhancing learning and arousing the interest of the children toward schooling. Mrs. Ladibu also said she has realized the importance of technology integration in education, because from the picture we have seen, you will see how keen the learners are in their work. So due to that technology they are using. So this is what we have discussed in the room with my other partner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gabrat. I see you. People are coming in the next 1 minute. Now people will be coming back. I hope it was a very good activity, whereby we were able to share and discuss with our colleagues, because in 1 minute, not everybody is going to come. As we are coming to the end of this session in the few minutes coming, I know I've short over time because of the time that we had, but it has been a great opportunity. In the next 45 seconds, our colleagues will be back here to such an enticing collaboration, such a great contribution. Ayuba Usman, please unmute. Ayuba Usman, unmute and speak.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Actually, I was in a room, but I'm the only one that was there.
Yeah, so you can share with us now. We are with you now.
Okay, sir. So the first thing that I want to talk is, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Proceed.
Okay. The first thing is about the culture. A culture must be effective where collaboration was engaged. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Continue. Just speak. We can hear you.
Okay. So for a culture to be effective, also the teacher or the staff or the management have to give the students chance to know their interests on what they are trying to show their impact on them.
Thank
So
you.
that is what I want to share with you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, as I summarize our session today, we have spent an hour of engagement, an hour of feeling something. And one commitment I'm feeling right about. I want you to pick any of this sentence and you complete it in the chat. I'm giving you a choice. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pick any and complete the sentence in the chat. Pick any of that and complete in the chat. We are 77. We were 91 when we started. I don't know why we have lost 20 people, but we are doing well still. Pick one of these sentences and complete it in the chat. It is like our reflection. What stood out for you in the 60 minutes we were engaging? There's something which stuck with you. What is it? Pick one of these. You have 10. Choose any and complete it. You can see it is ending with 3 dots, meaning that it is incomplete sentence. Pick any of these and complete so that we finish our session. This is our exit ticket. Pick any of these and complete it. I'm looking at the chat. I'm sure people are now busy typing. Pick any of these and share in the chat. Martella, I like what you have said, yes. But could you complete the sentence, Martella? Pick sentence. Which sentence have you picked? What gives me energy? The idea of Hey, thank you, Babatunde. Thank you. Martella, thank you. Pick one of these sentence and complete. Oluwakemi, thank you very much, Dr. Thank you very much, Doc. Wow. 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 Pick one of these and complete a sentence. Excellent. I like it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have like 10 responses. Can I get 70? 12, 13 responses. 14. Can I get 50? Thank you. Thank you. 20 now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was such an exciting session. I've learned a lot from you and what is going through your schools. And I like the way you are now picking up what has gone through. We are reminded by Margaret Whitley that culture doesn't change through mandates. It changes when people live new ways of being together. So you don't just put a rule and you expect culture is going to change. It is the way we engage. It is the way we work together. And therefore, the voice, and I like what Martella told us, the voice is important. The vision is important. It all begins with us leaders, that we should be at the forefront to ensure that we are building culture. And I request you to continue engaging with each other in Facebook, in Instagram, in WhatsApp, in LinkedIn, in your personal website, in your professional journal. Continue exchanging ideas because we have planted a seed. Find me in LinkedIn, continue engaging with me. Oluwakemi is my friend in LinkedIn, we continue engaging. Because unless we are in the forefront, unless we are pushing all this, we are not going to make it. Leaders, we are the champion. And we have to remember, school culture is shaped by what we do daily, our actions and our relationship. And leadership will influence culture through modeling, trust building, and shared decision. Don't forget the 4 R's I gave you: rituals, relationships, routines, and role. And remember, a joyful learning environment is intentional. It doesn't come by accident. It requires inclusivity. It has to be rooted in strategy. Your personal commitment to bring this change is important. Change starts with one step, one person, one moment, one idea, one relationship. It's upon all of us to take it up and move forward as we make this happen. I'm glad this PowerPoint will be shared with the authorities. You can get them and you can be able to work. I'd like to thank you. And I'd like to say culture is not built in a day, but in the days we show up with a purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Doctor. Wow, wow. This is so amazing. Please let's give our doctor a round of applause for such a very inspiring session, the workshop, the vision, the power presentation. Wow, everything is so great. Let's show some love to Doctor for this amazing workshop. Thank you so much, Dr. Moreno. We're so grateful. Thank you. Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. Let's keep showing some love. This is so inspiring. What I could take away as from the workshop, one sentence, in my sentence is one commitment I'm feeling strongly about right now is fostering collaboration and inclusion in every part of school life. That's what I feel strongly about right now. And I'm really grateful we had this session. I think it has made us understand the importance of having culture, and especially when it comes to education and when it comes to teaching and helping students to grow and learn in environment. And in having our keynote address, this workshop has basically situated all that we have learned in our minds, and I'm just reflecting on all that we've learned. Thank you so much, Dr. Gueco, for this amazing session. We are so grateful. At this moment, we want to have a quick citation. I'll invite Mr. Henry to just project the citation for our distinguished personalities. At this moment, we'll take an advert from one of our partners. We have Kids Monitor with us on the call. I would like to take the advert from Kids Monitor. Kids Monitor, you're on the stage. The floor is yours. You can have it.
Hello, good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Oluwabukola Ademola Akunwo, and I'm the CEO of the Kid Monitor Safety Service. I always like to first introduce myself as a second generation proprietor. So not only do I have a tech, I also own a school. The name of my school is Solid Foundation Children's School, and it's in Olodia-Apapa, Lagos. I would like to kindly share my screen with a quick video for you to get to look at a summary of what we do. Kid Monitor basically is a system where we have our pickups and drop-off well monitored. 1 minute. So I'd like to share this. Okay. I hope my screen is okay. So basically, this Kid Monitor Safety Service is a verification, notification service designed to help parents and schools monitor and manage the drop-offs and pickups. The service is aimed to keep an eye on the in and out movement of kids. The Kid Monitor basically is to ensure that drop-offs and pickups are secure. This system practically mimics what we have in the banking sector, where the school represents the bank, the child is like the money, and the parent is the account holder. So whenever your child is dropped off in school, they get an SMS. Please know the system is an offline system. We'll come to that later. What it means is that you don't have to have a smartphone, you don't have to have internet. The system runs as long as the phone number is correct. So the parent gets a text message stating the time of arrival and drop-off. So basically, we want a world where every child grows up safe and secured and is empowered to reach their full potential. We know in Nigeria, there are lots of issues of insecurity, kidnapping, and all kinds of stuff. So the idea here is to ensure that we have secured pickup and drop-offs. Sorry, if I may. Sorry. So basically, the system helps control this to ensure that the pickup and drop-off system is smooth. So what makes us stand out? Like I said earlier, this system is very efficient and easy to use, very affordable too. Okay, first and foremost, the system does not require apps. The school does not have to install any app on the parents' phones. There's no app, it's SMS. If the parents even have just the regular 2G phones, what we call the touchlight phones, it works fine. It does not require the internet, no smartphones required. It's just a simple solution to an apparent problem. The idea is that a lot of parents don't even know when their children get into school. So what makes us stand out? Like I said, we are easy to use. The schools do not even need any additional technical know-how. We are in well over 400 schools across the country, even in areas that are remote as Zamfara. We are in Imina. We are in Abakaliki. We have about 8 or 9 schools in Ajegunle in Lagos. The system also runs on SMS. Like I said, it allows a wide range of users. So you're not discriminating any parent that's not smart. And the system runs on SMS, like I said, and we're not affected by DND. And parents do not require to have any apps on their phones for them to be able to use the service. We are in, like I said, well over 400 schools nationwide across board. Lagos, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Ekiti, Abuja. We have quite a lot of schools running this service. And as you can see on the screen, so easy to use. That's a teacher using it. We have a tag on the child's bag. As they just drop off, they just tack off and they go in. The system is handheld. You don't require any extra power. The system can literally run on a power bank if you have one. So simple and easy to use as a system. So very easy. As they come into school, they just tap them in and tap them out and they're fine. The Kid Monitor can be used in schools and small churches that have children churches also. So what makes us different from everybody? The Kid Monitor is unique in the sense that the parents do not need to worry about installing any app. We school owners understand that if you give parents too many things to do, they tend to ignore it. So the simple thing is that you don't have to burden your parents. They don't have to have any login details, nothing. The system just notifies them via text message, as simple as that. Is there any cost to the school? You don't have to think of any subscription. Everything is taken care of by us. And the devices that are used for the Kid Monitor are issued to the school for free at no extra cost. It's just that the children pay for their subscription and they are good to go. Very simple. As you can see here, you just tag their bags and they check them in at the gates. So we are not an outright payment service. The service is paid for termly for each child. And all that is required is the phone number and the name of the child. All informations are stored on the device. We do not have any back end to put stored, so your data is secured.
Very quickly, we can't see your screen. We don't know what image you're projecting, just as a prompt.
Oh, did it stop projecting? So I should just start afresh then. Sorry if I may. Sorry. Okay. Trying to share. Okay, let me stop and start afresh. Let me start afresh, if I may. Okay.
Because of time, you could just continue from where you ended, but you can share your screen if that is okay.
Okay, I'm trying to share my screen now. Okay. So is my screen showing up now? Hello?
No, it's not. I don't know. It still looks like my documents, like you're in your documents projecting. But if it's a challenge, you can just continue. We would listen. Hello, Mr. Bukola, are you on the call, please? Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I think there is some technical challenges with regards to the advert. We were taking a brief advert from Kids Monitor, so they are into kids safety. We're just hearing from the lead from the team, Mr. Bukola. I don't know if he has rejoined the call. Okay, I think maybe we would give them a time to come back. Maybe during after our next item on the agenda, they would come back with the presentation. At this moment, we want to quickly move on to the next item on our agenda. But before we move on, a very quick check-in into how you're feeling right now. It's been a very packed day. So very quickly, let us just check in into our emotions right now. How are you feeling? Are you feeling energized? Are you inspired? Are you feeling motivated? Just take a few seconds to process your thoughts and reflect on all the amazing speakers and what we have learned so far from the workshop, from our keynote address, and basically the whole session. Vanessa is excited. I love the excitement. Thank you, Vanessa. Yes, someone feels inspired as well and motivated. Thank you. I'm glad you're not tired. We'll go on for the whole day. Right. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you all so much. At this moment, we want to move on to our next session. We have an amazing panel coming up to the floor. We have amazing people who are going to take us through something amazing on the panel discussion. And I think having this discussion will build on our insights we have basically learned and basically bring different perspectives from across Africa on education, leadership, and technology in schools. So I'm delighted to introduce our distinguished panelists. First on my list, this panelist is from Nigeria, and he's also an EdTech expert and lecturer at Olabisi Onabanjo University, and he's in the person of Dr. Kemi Olurunola. Apologies for the name, but Dr. Kemi, I hope you're on the call. If we could hear from you very quickly. Okay, our next panelist on the panel, we have Dr. Mr. Dare Adebayo. He's a co-founder of EdVis Nigeria. Mr. Dare, I hope you're on the call.
Ivo, I think they can. We can ask them to unmute themselves. We can ask them to unmute themselves so that they can. So I can be sure they are there.
Yes, Mr. Dare, you could unmute the microphone and speak, please. If you're on the call, just to confirm. Okay, maybe there are some challenges. Let me quickly just run through our speakers list and maybe we could come back and check in. Dr. Lucien, he's our next panelist as well on the panel. He's an EdTech expert as well and lecturer at the University of Dodoma, Tanzania. Dr. Lucien, I hope you're on the call.
Okay, so Mr. Dare now. Wow.
Dr. Lucien, are you on the call? You could unmute the microphone and then speak, please. Okay, let me just check in with the other panelists as well.
Okay, Dr. Lucien is here. I think most of them are here, but they are being muted. You can unmute them. Most of them are here.
Okay.
I think they are being muted. We regulated the session so that they can be muted, so that there won't be noise. So we can let me try and see if I can do that for my side.
Yes, that would be great.
Mr. Henry, are you here? I think he's unmuted now.
I can unmute now. I could not unmute myself earlier on. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me get to others too. I think I've seen Dr. Lucien. He's also here. Is Dr. Kemi here? Please, Dr. Kemi. Okay, Dr. Lucian is here. Dr. Lucian, you can speak now. You are muted. Dr. Lucian, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
We can hear
Yeah,
you.
I'm available.
Okay,
Yeah.
Dr. Kemi is still muted. I'm coming. Let me share. Let me get Dr. Kemi. She's here. Okay. Now I've asked you to unmute. Dr. Kemi, unmute now.
All right, thank you. That's done.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, you can continue, favor. If there's any other person, maybe we'll ask them to.
All right. Do we have our next panelist, if I should say, she's the founder of Destination Imagination Africa from Botswana. We're glad to have Miss Sally Kim. Miss Sally Kim, if can you unmute her as well? We're
Miss
glad to have you, Miss Sally
Miss,
Kim.
let me check. Miss Kim, are you here? Okay, she's not on the call yet.
All right. Then our final panelist we have on the panel is also an EdTech expert from Kenya. So I guess we have a lot of EdTech experts from different countries. We're amazing. In the person of Mr. Felix Kamaku. Mr. Felix, we're glad to have you. Are you on the call, please?
Mr. Felix, are you here? I'm not sure. He's not there yet.
Okay.
We can proceed. Let me see if I can get them.
All right. So just quickly, our confirmed panelist is Mr. Dare, Dr. Lucian, and Dr. Kemi. So guiding this discussion will be our moderators who would help us explore practical approaches and innovative solutions for building strong school cultures and effective learning environments. I'll invite our moderators to the panel in the person of Grace and Intando. Grace and Intando, are you on the call, please?
Okay. And Sandra, are you on the call? Co-host. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Let me make the panelists co-host. I
All
think
right.
so that they can have a proper
Exactly.
access.
Okay.
Now all of them are now made co-host. Untando,
All
are
right.
you here? Let me try and see if Untando is here. I don't know. She may be having.
Do we have Grace as well on the call? Hello, Mr. Henry. Are we confirmed the moderators? Are they on the call as well? Quick checking.
That's what we are trying to do.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the panel discussion. So we're going to just give it a minute whilst we get our panelists and our moderators. Yes, our moderator on the call as well. Exactly. Okay. Now, this moment, we're going to start immediately due to time. I would have to jump in and handle our panel as well. I'm so humbled to do so. Exactly. Once again, I would like to welcome our panelists. I would like to just go a quick check-in to every of them to introduce themselves. I'll say one or two words before we get right into the panel discussion questions. But ladies and gentlemen, as a quick reminder, this panel is the focus of our panel today is we're going to access the technological advancements in African educational landscape, and we're going to analyze what African schools must do to bridge the gap. That is the agenda for this panel discussion for all those who are taking some notes. And very quickly, we're going to go straight into the panel discussion. I'm going to start quickly from the first panel who I called upon earlier, Dr. Kemi. Dr. Kemi, would like to know quickly, as before we start, if you'd like to say a few words, maybe about yourself, as we delve quickly into the questions as well.
Oh, okay, good afternoon, everyone, or good day wherever you're joining in from. I'm Oluwakemi Oluriola. I'm an educational technologist. I work with a university here in Nigeria, with the Department of Science and Technology Education, but I also run a educational technology consulting firm where I help schools effectively integrate technology into the school process. And also I'm very passionate about teacher empowerment. And so I do a lot of teacher training around tech use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kemi. We're glad to have you on the panel. Mr. Dare, would also like to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Africa. I'm so glad to be on the call today. My name is Dare Adebayo. I'm co-founder of Edverse. Edverse is an AI-powered digital infrastructure working as an learning management and school management for schools in Africa. We've deployed the system to over 2,000 schools spread across 11 African countries, working with both the private schools and with public schools, in collaboration with the ministries of education. So I'm quite delighted to be on the call this wonderful afternoon, and I look forward to a fruitful deliberation with the co-panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dare. We're so glad to have you on the call.
Favor, just 1 minute. I can confirm that Ntando is on the call now. I think she came in now. Ntando, if you're on the call, please unmute yourself now. And on your unmute yourself now. You have been made a co-host. Ntando, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh,
I
good.
have been shouting here on my own.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
fine. Okay,
Okay.
you have the floor now. You have the floor.
And
Move on.
at least we are discussing technology right now, so we're going to deal with that technology issue.
Yes, I want to just help you with the current train of thought. We're quickly going around a quick check-in to all our panelists just to know who you are, maybe what you do, and your excitement or emotions as we start the panel. Yes, so I think we can jump right in to Ntando. Since you're handing over, I'll hand over to you. Thank you so much for being back.
Thank you, Ms. Favor, and I'm enjoying your directions. You are very, very articulate and very, very commanding there with your soft voice. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, leaders. Last I saw you was yesterday. I am back. Welcome. I hope you are enjoying the session. So we're going to go straight up because we are sort of late with time. And I was thinking we get a song, but then again, time is not on our side. My name is Dando Nisi. I joined with my other account, so Zimem Nisi. My CEO doesn't know that one, but okay, it's fine. I'm from South Africa, and yes, I'm a teacher there, primary. Mr. Dare, how are you, say? Mr. Dare Adebayo. I can see you right here in front of me. I'm going to start with you.
I'm doing fine.
Yes. I have 2 questions for you, sir. I'm going to just throw them at the same time, and then you can handle them from there. So, as Ms. Favor has said, we are going to focus more on technology, and also are going to look at tools, how African schools process all of these and include them in their teaching and making learning better and fun, from our previous activity workshop, making learning fun. So, Mr. Adebayo, how can teachers be better equipped and trained to use tech tools effectively in the classroom? That is my first question. And then my second one is, are there any standout success stories of African schools using technology innovatively? I'm going to repeat. How can teachers be better equipped and trained to use tech tools effectively in the classroom? And the second one is, are there any standout success stories on African schools using technology innovatively? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I think that one of the ways you can ensure that your workforce is in line with the goals of an organization or where you want to lead them to is what we call continuous professional development training. So I want to believe that one of the ways we can ensure that teachers are using technology is to do continuous teacher professional development trainings, ensuring that teachers are well abreast with the technologies for education, the educational technology tools available. They know the best practices for how to use these tools. And of course, not just to use the tools, but to use it to improve learning outcomes. Because the focus of the schools is actually to improve learning outcomes, right? And if care is not taken, teachers might not use the tools well enough. So we need to continuously expose teachers to the technology tools that are available in the education sector and teach them the best practices for it. I mean, there are good use of AI, there are bad use of AI, and there are good and bad use of every technology that, you know, is out there. So I believe that continuous teacher professional training and also seeing how they can use it to improve learning outcomes. Some tools would help them to reduce their workload so that they can focus on what matters the most, which is actually teaching the students. So I think that would be my contribution to that question. For the question on how, if we have schools that are practically using technology, I would say yes, because I mean, EdVest, we work with about over 2,000 schools. And a case in view would be what we're doing in Enugu State in Nigeria and in Anambra State. In Enugu State, the governor is building 260 smart schools. In Anambra State, they are currently piloting with 22 schools. Both state governments are leveraging on the EdVest digital infrastructure. So our software powers learning in the school. We're leveraging on artificial intelligence to crawl on the national curriculum and generate lesson plans for teachers in 12 pedagogies. Project-based, experiential learning, blended learning. So part-time, the AI model is able to suggest to the teachers, you know, the content, the project examples, the materials that they need in the classroom. They're also able to do what we call formative assessment. So they're able to test the students' understanding of what they are being taught at a topic level, week on week. You know, so with that, every teacher is able to easily identify students that are falling behind. And in these schools as well, they also have smart boards in the classroom. Each teacher has a tablet. So, I mean, they are leveraging big time on technology. That's a case in view. And I intentionally mentioned that because these are public schools, right? We would expect that a typical private schools will have, you know, this technology in the classroom. I also know that in Enugu State, they also do STEM. So the students are introduced to STEM, robotics early enough, 3D printing, and what have you. So, I mean, that's a case that comes to mind right away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for contribution. And yes, I have posted the question. So if you want to also comment, you can also share your comment on this side on the chat. So we're going to move to Dr. Lucien. Dr. Lucien, how are you?
I am okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So I have also two questions for you. First question is, how can tech be used to improve access to education in rural and underserved communities? And that's question 1. Question 2 is, what policies or reforms are most needed to support the growth of EdTech in Africa? Question 1, how can technology be used to improve access to education in rural and underserved communities? And number 2, what policies or reforms are most needed to support the growth of EdTech in Africa? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. As I said again, my name is Lucian. I'm from Tanzania. So I'm going to focus on the first part that focuses on how technology can be used to provide education in rural communities. So I think today we have a lot of technologies that we can use in many ways to help our learners in the rural areas. And in most cases, what is being done in many countries, for example, when they do training, is that they focus more on the areas in urban settings. Now we need to look more into the rural setting where we focus on students who are actually in the marginal part of the community. So I think there are a number of tools that can use to engage these learners in the communities in the rural setting. Maybe you could be able to start with a simple technology one in the radio station or TV broadcasting station, can be able to share it located in some other different areas. So we have seen this working in the context when we had COVID-19, where radio communication came into operation. But again, in TV broadcasting was also a common technology used in that particular time. But again, today we speak about tablets and mobile devices, and we have a number of devices that are really solar powered right now. And therefore, probably if we focus on devices that can be powered using available resources in the rural setting where we don't have the national grid electricity, but we can have solar.
Sorry, Doctor, you're not clear on my side. Can you hear me?
Connectivity that could be able to provide connectivity more on providing the resources and engage in the rural setting. Internet is and the technology that can be able to. Hello. Hello?
Sorry, Doctor, your connectivity was taking was on and off. Are you still with us? Okay. See, there he was speaking about connectivity, how it's weak there in the rurals, and then demonstration. Okay, so sorry about it, Doctor. Maybe he will come back again. So we're going to move on to Dr. Kemi. Dr. Kemi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, there you are. How are you, ma'am?
Fine, thank you.
I'm fine. So here are your questions. 2 questions too. And question 1 is, how can schools with limited infrastructure begin to implement technology in meaningful ways? And question 2 is, what role should government play in bridging the digital divide in education? Question 1, how can schools with limited infrastructure begin to implement technology in meaningful ways? Question 2, what role should government play in bridging the digital divide in education? Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, right. Oh, thank you. So starting with question one, which is questions around implementing technology in schools with limited infrastructure. And we know one of the major barriers that we have, especially in this climate in Africa, infrastructure is a major issue. But I've always said that when we talk about limited technology, we're really not referring to the number, quantity, but rather I'll define limited technology use based from the angle of quality. And like I said, I do a lot of teacher training, and most times you have the question of, oh, but our schools don't have these computers, our schools don't have the screens. But I say you have those smartphones. And so how have you used the access that you have with your smartphones and the connectivity to improve your own productivity as a teacher? So implementing technology in schools with limited infrastructure would just make us first and foremost prioritize the teacher training, the teacher themselves, as against wide school use. So as a teacher, with the limited technology you have, in quotes, which would say the smartphone and then the internet-enabled smartphone, how are you using that to build your capacity as a teacher to use technology effectively? How are you using that to improve your teaching strategy? How are you using that to connect with resources, you know, and all that are beyond your school and the library to improve your content delivery? So first and foremost, there's going to be a shift of priority from maybe classroom-wide adoption or school-wide adoption to prioritizing teachers' capacity building. Then, of course, we have, like has been mentioned by one of the panelists, enhancing mobile phones, because sometimes when we think about technology integration in the classroom or in school, we're kind of focused on having that system, the PCs or the laptops or the interactive screens in the classroom. And there's so much that we could do if we, you know, use the technology that we have already in our hands, which are the mobile devices. So we have to begin to look at how we can leverage the mobile phones, the tablets, to access digital resources, or to, you know, build the collaborative skills, the teamwork and all that. How can we use mobile devices? So first and foremost, prioritizing teacher training, prioritizing developing teacher capacity with whatever limited technology available. Then looking at how we can leverage on mobile phones, which are easier and are low cost as compared to having the computers or the screens and all that in the classroom. How can we do that? And then how can we also look at the use of offline technologies? Because we do have, for instance, when I do some of these trainings with science teachers, one of the things I would normally recommend is the simulation, like for instance, the PhET simulation, where that meets, you know, kind of bridges the gap for schools that do not have laboratories, or because of budget, the students don't have those hands-on science experiments. But why I would normally recommend such simulations is because for that particular simulation, it has the downloadable application. So you could download the simulations and use them offline. So it also requires one person downloading and then sharing with the offline. So, and there are many other applications like that can enhance students' engagements and understanding of a concept, but you don't have to always be online. So leveraging also on using offline enabled digital tools and resources is also one key way to implement technologies with low limited, and of course, partnerships and collaborations is also very key. And just yesterday, to buttress that, Tech for Charities, which is it's an organization that partners with nonprofits, you know, to just donated, you know, in collaboration with my organization, the nonprofit aspect of it. We just launched yesterday what we call the Teacher Cafe, and Tech for Charities donated the computers and all that, so teachers can freely come in to access internet, you know, access those devices to create content, to you know, get resources, have free internet access for some hours per day. And that's one of the things that collaboration can do. And these are free, it's free for teachers to use. So there are many ways that we can implement technology in schools with limited infrastructure. But like I've said, prioritizing teacher and capacity development, mobile devices, offline digital resources, and of course, partnerships and collaboration is one way to go. You talked about the role of government in bridging this digital divide. And I can say, like was said by Mr. Adebayo, a lot of state governments, even the federal governments are really doing a lot right now to kind of close this gap. And one thing I know that had actually been, will I say stimulant, or that has pushed this, has been COVID, because we realized our shortcomings as a nation, and I'm sure many African countries also as well. And from COVID till now, there has been a leap in the adoption and government support where technology integration has been, but there's so much they can do. We need more investment in infrastructure, definitely, providing internet connectivity, especially, and then digital devices where needed, even if it's just the mobile devices I just mentioned about. Teacher training and support, we have to own it. It has to be a strategic and structured pathway for that. And it's not left to teachers just owning it, but the government has to have, you are required, this is part of a professional development. One of the challenges we used to have where teacher training was concerned, especially for the public sector, was because I would have teachers tell me to my face that it really doesn't matter if they come for the training or not, because it doesn't influence anything with the promotions and all that. But I think that is changing now. And with governments insisting and ensuring that teachers don't just sit with what they came out from the school with, but have that continuous credit system like some other clients do as part of their key points for promotions or access to some incentives would also be something that they are also supporting teachers that will want to go on that. So infrastructure, teacher training and support, development of policies, enabling policies for such integrations, and of course, ensuring that this access is not only to the cities, but even on the rural areas, and to ensure for promoting equity and inclusion, even in their rollouts. These are the expectations from the government. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Favor, are you there? Favor, I just want to confirm if I still have time to throw in another question or two.
Right.
Because we're coming back later. We have a second session.
You have a second session. Okay.
Okay, can I just throw in one final question for
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Kemi and Mr. Adebayo. So my one last question will be, what are the biggest barriers preventing African schools from adopting modern educational technologies? That will be the one to discuss last. What are the biggest barriers preventing African schools from adopting modern educational technologies?
Who is I or Adebayo taking it first?
I think we should do ladies first.
Very confident. Okay, so I think generally we all know about infrastructure, and so I would not even overemphasize on that anymore, because reliable internet, we could see one of our panelists struggling with internet connectivity here. But then I think one of the other things is the lack of technical skills, and that's why we're pushing for teacher development, because it's not just to have the technology out there, the software out there, how do we use it? And not just how does it work, but how do we use it as teachers to improve the teaching of my subjects? I'm in maths, I'm in science, I teach history. So how does this increase my productivity? How does it help my students learn better? So that purposive and effective implementation of technology in the teaching and learning process is very key. And most teachers actually do lack such technical expertise. I'll give a case in point. So recently, we went on a national training for AI in pedagogy, and before we started, we did a pre-assessment. So it is assumptions that you think that because AI is something that teachers are using and it's known to all. But in our pre-assessment, we found teachers who have never heard that term, artificial intelligence. And we found teachers, across the regions. And so sometimes we just assume that these teachers, once the technology is there, they'll just know how to use it. Teacher training is very important. And that's one of the key things. And even most of those who have heard, and majority of those who are already using, had never received any form of training. Where, those were part of the findings from our initial needs assessment. And so it's very key that we're deliberate, we're purposeful. And I talked about being structured and purposive about our teacher training, because technical skills is one of the major barrier to adoption. Because sometimes when we do these trainings and we don't help the teachers see the need and how it improves that particular subject they teach or their regular workflow, then yes, you've done the training and that's about it. They go back to what they used to be, and there's a lack of adoption and use even in the classroom. So, and of course, financial constraints. We need government to be able to subsidize some of these tools, some of these resources, especially the ones who are paid for, because the teachers' salaries are not. We're still clamoring for improvement in their salaries, and so you expect the teacher to take out from that meager salary to pay for this subscription or this training or this resource and all that. It's a major challenge for most of them. And so most sometimes they find themselves only looking out for free trainings or free resources and all that. And so where we have the government buy-in, where you could get these subscriptions and make them free for the teachers and the rest, it's also going to help with removing some of the barriers for adoption. I won't want to take more than that. I'm sure that Mr. Adebayo has other things to say. So let me stop on those two notes.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Oluwakemi. I think you've spoken extensively. Maybe I'll just most likely strengthen some of the things that you've said. So I also believe that government policies will help a lot, because, interacting with schools would tell me, especially when it comes to attendance tracking, lesson planning, we've built solutions around, this tool. But, schools would tell us that, when the Ministry of Education comes, they still want to see a paper-based, attendance register. They want to see their curriculum in written format or in printed format. So I think that government policies will help a lot, because when ministry officials are coming for inspection and if they are coming for inspection, they're just they're probably just coming for validation, right? Because if there's a national backbone, if all schools are expected to be connected to a national backbone, you can see all of this data. We can see how many students are in school in the entire country just at the click of a button. We can see what topics are being taught in each school. These are things that we are doing for the state governments that we're working with. So I think that if there's a national policy in each African country encouraging or mandating, I think mandating is the word, mandating the use of technology, especially in key areas like attendance, the lesson delivery, it will really, really help. And it doesn't have to be high tech, by the way. It doesn't have to be high-tech. It can even be an SMS-powered, technology that would help us to know what topics are being taught in the classroom, what's the attendance rate. And if it can be high-tech, or maybe just, clock in and clock out system, or a system that's connected to the national database that helps us to see how, the lessons are being taught in school, I think that would help a lot. Also, to strengthen what Dr. Oluwakemi said about cost. Yes, cost is very, very important. And, if somebody is trying to survive, when you're in survival mode, what you're thinking of is, how do I eat? How do I, you're not even thinking of changing your clothes too much. You're thinking of food. And when you're thinking of food, you're not thinking of expensive food. So I think that teachers' salaries need to be and welfare needs to be looked into, because if we ensure that our teachers are well taken care of in terms of their basic needs, it will be easier for them to even pay for trainings, right? To upskill themselves beyond the trainings or the professional development trainings that, you know, the government or the ministry will be doing. And then also, I remember that during the COVID-19, we were able to achieve something with MTN in Ghana and in Nigeria. So they zero-rated our platform such that our users could access the platform without having to have internet access. I mean, without having to have data, right? You're still leveraging on their infrastructure, but you don't have to have data. You can access our platform. And of course, this was done not just for Edverse, it was done for other educational platforms as well. So I want to believe that if the government, you know, works with the telecommunication sector very well, because I mean, they are mandated to actually do CSR projects, and this can be CSR projects and it can be geotagged. So if you are within a particular radius, you should be able to access some certain educational platform for free. Or if possible, you should be able to access it for free anywhere you are. But even if we start with, if you are within the within the perimeter of the school, you should be able to access some educational platforms for free. I think if that is done, it will help, because yes, of course, I believe in making things offline, but you know, the ability to synchronize data real time is also very, very important. Dr. Oluwakemi mentioned about PhET simulations. You know, they do upgrades from time to time. It just makes it easy for government, for policymakers to monitor what is happening within the schools real time if it is online. But of course, the government can make meaningful investments in making access, especially to the internet, free or little or next to nothing. So for instance, maybe a 1 gig data is supposed to cost $1 for ease of mathematics for people from other country. Maybe they can have, for these educational platforms, you can have 10 gig at $1, you know, and you can only use it for educational platforms, just like how they do free midnight calls and whatever. I mean, I'm just even thinking, you're doing free midnight calls and you're not thinking of anything that you can do that would help, you know, teachers to be better, that will help students to be better, right? There are AI tutors and what have you that, you know, students can have access to learn beyond the four walls of the classroom. So I believe if that is done, it will help a lot. And for the private schools, if the government makes it mandatory for, you know, schools to make use of technology, I'm sure most of the private schools, at least a good portion of the private schools, would be able to provide the needed infrastructure for this to happen. Thank you so much. I think I'll just stop here.
Thank you very much. Say, I see we have Dr. Lucian back. You know, he was breaking there a little, so I would like to also invite him to have his final submission. Dr. Lucian, can you hear me? He is jumping in and out. Dr. Lucian Geze. Oh, it's muted. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes,
So
yes,
I shared a last question for our panelists. The question is, what are the biggest barriers preventing African schools from adopting modern technologies, educational technologies? What are the biggest barriers preventing African schools from adopting modern educational technologies?
Okay. Thank you so much, Zimi, and sorry for the network interruption. So yeah, I was listening to the inputs made by the previous two speakers on the matter, on the question, and I still have the same ideas, same opinion on the same factors. So maybe again, I could be able to stress on some of the points that were spoken. So one of the issues that is the hindrance is again digital literacy. So in most cases where we have trainings, for example, here in Tanzania, when we do teacher training, we only do teacher training periodically. So it could be that we are doing it once in a year, or maybe twice in a year, but not with the same teachers. You get a training, maybe once in 1 year, and then you are forgotten. We go to another batch once in a year, and then you're forgotten. So if we are not doing it regularly, I mean, it should not be a one workshop training. It should be something that is consecutive, going on more and more time, so that many teachers can be trained, but at the same time, being trained on different aspects as well. I was in Sweden in 2015, and I was able to learn that in Sweden, the teachers have a regular training period where they have to have 13 weeks of training each year. So in our countries, we don't have this practice, and therefore, in many cases, that's why we don't reach our own goals of making sure that integration can be able to take place. So that is one. But again, the other issue, as others said, is on connectivity, especially in areas where which are rural or marginalized areas. We have issues of internet connectivity, and we have issues of infrastructure such as solar systems. And therefore, if we cannot be able to use these resources, we cannot be able to have these infrastructures in place, then it will be not easy for integration of technology in the teaching and learning space to take place, because these are the enablers of technology integration. Another factor I think that is more important is on the content. We are more relying on foreign content that is available for integrating into our curriculum, but we are not producing the content that would be able to be used by our own curriculum. So we don't create, I mean, videos from our own curriculum. We don't create visuals or images from our own curriculum that could be able to support our teaching and learning in the process. So we more rely on content that is being produced from other countries, which actually hinders the progress of integration of technology in many ways into our country. So I think if we have these factors in place, and again, if the government can be able to prepare relevant guidelines so that we can be able to integrate technology in schools, that will be much more easier. I have the same case in Tanzania, for example. You go to schools, and then you want to see how teachers are using technology, but then you find that there was an inspector, school inspector, who came into the school setting and asked for a handwritten lesson plan, a handwritten scheme of work, while after the teachers have been trained on technology integration. So what you would expect is that the teachers should be able to use technology as far as concerned, so that they actually apply what they have been able to learn from the workshop back into their own context in the classroom. But again, if these administrators are really changing their mindset, we are going to see obstacles in integration, and we won't be able to reach our own goals. So that is more of what I wanted to add on the points that have been raised by others. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you once again, the panelists. You shared very, very important information there. You can check also by the charts. People, they are engaging. They are very much applauding your information that you have shared. Dr. Kemi, thank you very much. Mr. Otebayo, thank you very much. And Dr. Lucien, thank you. And thank you very much, everyone, for still standing with us till this time. Back to you, Ms. Favor.
Thank you very much, Ntando, for leading this amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us show some love to our panelists. A round of applause. Show some reactions. You can put in the comments. Let's appreciate the panelists for this amazing session. Thank you very much, Ntando, for leading this amazing session. Has been so insightful. We've learned a lot. We have deep dived into the main issues affecting quality education, and we have looked at the opportunities we have to improve on all of this. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you to our panelists once again. Thank you. At this moment, all too soon, we have come to an end of this very amazing session. It has been so inspiring. It has been so eventful. And we've learned a lot of new things how to make our quality education in Africa and around the world as well, but particularly in Africa. And now we have some announcements, which I'll take very briefly before we invite Dr. Mrs. Raji Raitawo to give the closing remarks. But as an announcement, we have the evening session, which starts at 4 p.m. Nigerian time. So all in just as an invitation to everyone who wants to join the evening session, just a reminder, it starts at 4 p.m. Nigerian time, and the attire or the dress code is represent your tribe. So if you have a tribal attire, you are encouraged to wear it for the event. And as a reminder, certificates are going to be given. So in case you want a certificate for participating in these events, just show interest by joining the platform that was created for it. There's a platform for all those who want a certificate. You'll be guided to join the platform and then you'll be given a certificate at the end of the event. And you're also encouraged to share your experiences on social media, on the various social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and then tag School Summit Africa. So you have learned a lot from this session. You have met inspiring personalities. We had Dr. Kenny, we had Dr. Mr. Dare. We also had our keynote address from the former Minister of Education from Ghana, Dr. Honorable Yao Osei Educhum. You've met so many inspiring personalities. You've learned a lot about culture. We had an amazing workshop with Dr. Geiko. So you are encouraged to share your experiences on social media, share and tag School Summit Africa. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us also engage with you after this session. Thank you very much for this amazing session. And I would also like to thank you all for joining. It has been so insightful. It has been so amazing. And I want to wish you all an amazing afternoon, an amazing day as we await for the evening session. Thank you all very much and have a good evening. Thank you. And thank you to our audience, yes, for being so amazing. You've been with us this morning and it's now afternoon. Thank you for staying. Thank you. We appreciate you so much. Goodbye and see you in the evening session for those who will be coming. Goodbye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Thank you. Goodbye. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will ask everybody to leave and prepare for the next session. The link will be sent soon on the WhatsApp platform. Thank you.